have to make an assumption that absent the deaths, everyone else is recovering or on the road to recovery.
Judy, you had 1,080
1,080 positive cases
that were in a hospital bed.
that are in a hospital bed, but additionally, many more that are PUI.
PUIs, but of the 1,000, this is an important point for person under investigation.
This is in New Jersey.
For this, as opposed to other stuff. 1,080 persons who have tested positive are in a hospital bed as of last night or yesterday afternoon.
As of yesterday afternoon.
And that's out of a total. This is not a perfect relationship, but just keep in mind, again, I think you heard from Judy and Ed, I know what, each data point that's relevant is sort of, you're filling in a piece of a puzzle, and if that weren't enough, it's iterative. So what they know tomorrow will allow them to project in a different way than what they know today. But I'll just compare two data points, if I may, Judy. 1,080 positive persons in a hospital bed as of yesterday afternoon, and then the total number of positive cases that have been tested of 8,825. So that's a comparison. Those are two numbers.
There's 13 people who died today at Elmhurst Hospital.
Worth at least acknowledgement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Cap, if somebody goes in, business is not compliant, what are we doing?
Just to the point the other day, the fact that we didn't realize the volume that we were going to get when we set up that phone number, and what people need to realize that now when they
That's the hospital I was born at.
That's not a 911.
That's the hospital I was
So
born at.
depending upon the
And
nature
right
of
now,
that,
it's the center of the pandemic.
may
13
require a law
patients
enforcement
have
response.
died at Elmhurst
The
Hospital
Attorney
in
General
only
or
24 hours.
affairs,
We need respirators
that,
fast.
I think either or
Look,
both
capitalism is not going to fix this crisis, guys.
on the nature of it.
Capitalism is actually creating more of a problem. Look, okay, so right now, we need as many respirators as possible. Not just respirators. We need to increase antibiotic production, especially reserve antibiotics. We need reserve antibiotics as fast as possible because reserve antibiotics are basically the antibiotics that a lot of bacteria, in fact, almost nearly all bacteria, has not been released outside of hospitals, which means you'll very likely get treated for it and it will be okay. Because a lot of antibiotics today, some bacteria could be resistant to it, to regular antibiotics, especially if it's been out there for a few years. Like penicillin is already mainly no longer effective. So reserve antibiotics, especially for treating very dangerous secondary pneumonia, is paramount for bacterial pneumonia. Because 50% of patients who died from COVID had secondary pneumonia, had secondary bacterial pneumonia. It's paramount that you get respirators and antibiotics. As a precaution, I think everyone should get both antibiotics and anti-inflammatory meds, especially Tylenol. Because in this crisis, medication like ibuprofen will not help. It will decrease the blood flow. For example, this virus has a very strong inflammatory process, which kind of like sepsis will decrease your blood pressure, decrease inflammation. And taking anti-inflammatory meds, especially like ibuprofen, will slightly decrease inflammation, but will also thin the blood. So it's kind of counteractive. You will need either strong and non-inflammatory, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, or if your condition is really serious, you might need steroidal anti-inflammatories that will not thin the blood. Right now, for over-the-counters, I would highly recommend Tylenol. Especially if your fever is over 100 degrees. If your fever is over 101, use Tylenol. Use it and drink fluids and eat, because you need energy. Especially take vitamin C, especially if you're elderly. You need to keep up the vitamins, basically. This virus attacks people with weak immune system. This is basically a classic virus, classic illness that will attack people with weak immune systems. This is very important for people to be taking care of their health. Stop eating junk food. Stop eating unhealthy foods. Or if you do, at least eat healthy. I have a ton of orange juice with me right now. I'm eating fruits. I've always been eating healthy, but, you know, in case I get sick, I want to be prepared. Listen, drink plenty of fluids, especially not regular water. Be drinking vitamin water, Pedialyte. You need to replenish those electrolytes, especially if you're like constantly going. Because I heard that in some cases there's diarrhea with this. Because like the flu, this causes diarrhea. Because as the immune system weakens, it could also cause some bacterial overgrowth in the stomach. So please, it's very important for you guys to be taking this very seriously. This virus also goes into the stomach and does cause inflammation. This is not just a respiratory virus, guys. It affects the rest of the body too. In some cases, yes, it causes a lot of respiratory systems. This is overall a respiratory virus. But not everyone who gets this COVID will have respiratory symptoms. Some will just feel really weak with a high fever or might have GI issues because COVID also, this COVID virus also impacts the digestive system in some cases. So, and I'm having severe GI issues, but I was on an antibiotic for a few days because of a throat infection. So, this could be the side effect. So I have the necessary probiotics. So, and I'm not feverish. I have no fevers, no weakness. So, in my case, this is not the infection because I have no fever at all. In fact, not even low grade. I'm still in 98s. Look. Stay home and flatten the curve. Whatever you do, do not go outside unless it's an emergency. If you have to do shopping, make sure it's delivered to your house. Go to, Stop and Shop. They have something called Peapod. Do that. Do not. Whatever you do, go outside for any other reason. Look, I had to go outside today to get some food that came in. But look, I was wearing gloves. I was taking precautions. And I could still get sick. By even stepping out of my apartment, I took a big risk. You guys, everyone, just stay home. If you're feeling sick, if you're having a sore throat and upset, and coughing, if you're not having any serious symptoms, basically just go to the pharmacy, but have full protection, gloves and everything. And use a hand sanitizer, even on the gloves. Use the hand sanitizer. Because if you're feeling sick, you want to sanitize your hands completely, the gloved hands, and then after you put on the mask, to make sure you don't get anyone else sick. I am basically right now, I'm not scared, because I've been really, really sick in the past. So I'm used to being really sick. I have a pretty, not a sucky immune system, but whenever I get sick, I have really high fevers because I do have a strong immune system. If your immune system is weak, when you fight off a virus or an illness, you won't have a high fever. The signs of having a strong immune system during a really bad virus is a really high fever. And sometimes in rare cases, if your immune system is strong and your body is not used to the virus, it can have something called a cytokine storm. In that case, you'll need an immunosuppressant. But this isn't that kind of virus. This virus primarily impacts the very old and the middle-aged people with health issues, even the young with health issues. But underlying health issues is the big cause here. Is the big problem here is underlying health conditions, asthma, people who have a COPD, emphysema, people with weak immune systems, people with HIV and AIDS, people with other immune system issues, autoimmune diseases need to be very careful. But my great uncle just last week had a sore throat coughing. He might have had COVID, but my doctor gave him an antibiotic and it recovered fairly quickly. Maybe it was COVID, maybe it wasn't. Now he's feeling better. Maybe because it was COVID and the antibiotic basically prevented the bacterial overgrowth. My doctor gave this to him. He's basically a regional doctor. He's also the family doctor. He has an office. His name is, I don't know if you live in New York, but if you do, his name is Dr. Noam Mirovich. He's very good. I've been going to him for many years. He knows what he's talking about. is really good. He's Russian American, and of course in the Soviet Union, you had some of the best doctors in the world because they didn't care about getting paid. They actually cared about the patients. So it's very paramount that Russian American doctors, they're some of the best in the world because they know what they do. Of course, not all the time, but he's a private doctor, so of course, in this kind of crisis, you're gonna have everything being in short supply because of what's going on. This isn't a regular like virus. This is basically a 1918 style pandemic. The only reason it may not be as fatal is because of all the precautions we're taking. This definitely has the capacity of being worse than 1918 if we do not take precautions. This has the potential of being worse than 1918, a lot worse, if we are not careful. This could be 1918. Just keep in mind. Because, the virus could mutate and come back again in the next winter. That's what the Spanish flu did, or technically the Fort Riley flu, as I'm going to call it, because that's where it originated. It originated in Kansas, Fort Riley, 1918. The only reason we called it the Spanish flu was because Spain reported more diligently on it, while everyone else was censoring media because of the war. And Spain was neutral. But the worst impacted areas, it was the entire world. Spain was badly impacted, it was basically all of Europe. Even Spain, even remote islands were impacted by it because this wasn't just a regular virus. This wasn't just a regular flu, this was an avian flu, actually. It was an avian flu that originated in Kansas. I believe from a chicken farm. I don't know where, but I think it originated on a chicken farm somewhere in Kansas and then spread to Fort Riley. And then it spread basically all over the world. It was fatal, not immediately, it became fatal actually towards the summer. This flu peaked actually not in this winter, no, it actually peaked in the late summer, early fall. This virus could do the very same thing. So we need to be extremely careful. Just because we say, oh, look, the cases are going down, we could travel again. No, the virus could mutate and spread like crazy. And then this new mutation could potentially impact the young as well. This could be basically a Spanish type, a 1918 type pandemic, if we are not careful with how we do vaccinations and go after the mutations. We need to be extremely careful. We need to do a lot of PCRs. We need to do a lot of polymerase chain reactions here. We gotta sequence DNA. We gotta be really careful and really diligent and very observant to look for any changes in the DNA of the virus that could indicate a possible mutation. We have to do that. We must. We must also take precautions to limit any spread of this virus. Let me basically turn back the volume. Alright, let me play this again. And there
That's
we
the
go.
Meadowlands is the first one. It's going up, and I think it's in a matter of a week, right?
I would say a week or so.
A week. I'll leave it to Judy to address the patients there. Ventilators are asked of the feds. I believe I said 2,500. I guess I meant 2,300, and 4.5 million N95s, as I recall. Those are the two big items.
New York City has
There
lost
are other
more
items on that.
to the virus
We've had no,
than to homicides.
assurances yet. Nothing.
Because the
back on
2019
that,
homicide rate,
asked.
NYC,
Although we're not, as you've probably heard from the corporate donations and other things that we're doing, including flat out buying them, which is another option we haven't spent a lot of time talking about. We're not waiting just for the feds, although we do need them. Bioethics, Judy can address, but let me just repeat what I said yesterday. We are, all of us and all of our teams, committed to saving every single life we can in this state. So this is an example of something where we would be abrogating our responsibilities not to prepare for that awful potentiality, but the fact of the matter is we are going to do everything we can to save every life that we can. In terms of changes on the sites, Elise, we have always thought privately and felt strongly that, and tell me if you all disagree, workers and first responders, by the very nature of their jobs, responsibilities, and heroism, deserve a window into this. I had said this, I think, erroneously right when the Bergen Community College site was opening up, that we were going to commit to that. Well, it took me a little bit longer, but we are committing to it. In terms of the one day, one off, that is somewhat an acknowledgement of the raw materials that we have from the feds. There's no question about it. Both the specimen collection piece as well as PP.
In addition to, how we are tackling this coronavirus, we should tackle climate change just as, if not more seriously than we're tackling coronavirus. Because already sea levels are already rising. There's already basically major climate change going on right now. There is already major climate change going on. Let's go to National Somali Stadium Center. Yeah, this is the one I want to show you. I know I'm going off tangent just a little bit here, but this is all related to natural disasters. This is also a natural disaster that's going on. And basically this is the Earth upset in a way. Like you could say this is because the Earth is upset with how we're dealing with climate change. And look at this rapid drop in sea ice, just boom. I mean, look at that. Look how fast we're just dropping right now. I mean, you see how we were high up and then just bam, it just dropped. I mean, we could have continued like this, but unfortunately it doesn't look like that. Go to weather.com. I'm just going to show you. It's going to be a couple minutes on the weather, and I'm going to go back to talking about coronavirus. Because this is basically a more pressing issue at the moment. Let's go to world. And I'll explain why. You see this here. Basically, let's look at 750 or 850 millibar temps. Basically, it looks cold over the Arctic, but just keep in mind that you see these right here. You see these events right here. These very warm impact. You see how warm it's been in Siberia this year. Record warmth in Siberia. Unfortunately, because of all this record warmth in Siberia, you're going to have a lot of basically warm events that's going to go into most of Siberia. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is just unbelievable. This is just insane. Look at Siberia. Look at all this warmth in Siberia. This is unheard of this time of year. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, yeah, Eastern Siberia is still cold, but look at this here, guys. This is just awful. This is just awful. Oh my god. Temperatures in the 60s. Oh my god. Yeah, climate change is getting out of control, guys. I mean, look, we're having record low solar activity right now, and yet we're still dealing with record low ice. We're dealing with very warm temperatures. Look. Just look at sea surface temperatures. Sea surface temperature anomalies. Look at this right now. Look at all this warm water. Just look at all of this. It seems like you're getting a little La Nina, but look at all this warm water here. Look, guys. Look. It seems like the PDO is trying to go negative, but it was positive earlier. And I don't know how all that sea ice developed, because this winter was very warm here. Maybe it was colder up here, but look. The fact of the matter is, we're dealing with a warming planet. Look, you see a lot more yellows than blues. And some very... Imagine all this was blue. Imagine this was the yellow, this was the blue. And it was all flipped on a head. You would basically be saying, oh, the world's not that warm, there's only a few patches of warm. Yes, keep in mind that this is an average between 2000, from 1979 through 2010. I believe. Oh, just let me look at the average there. This average is based on, let's see, I can't even find where the average is. Doesn't mention it. It did at one point. I know I think it's based on satellite records from 1979. This is based on satellite records. See, this is from the government, so I don't think they're going to show from where it was from. They're just going to show you the charts. Of course, when before Trump took over, I would be able to see where it was from and do all that comparisons. I think, let's see. Of course. If I go back to the archives. Yes. So I'm gonna have to. Yeah, thanks. Yes, New York City is really bad. In fact, I'm gonna have to basically go to my channel. Yeah, I'm basically a member of Greenpeace, so I basically just finished a 4-day hunger strike for Fridays for Future. This is a very important thing. It's also for my health. I've been having a lot of health issues because of my weight. So this hunger strike has helped me lose a few pounds, even though it was a 4-day strike. And I was pushing a lot of fluids. I managed to lose about 8 pounds. But of course, this is gonna be short-lived, as I had a pretty healthy meal today. I'm probably gonna do another, not a, well, maybe a fast. I'm gonna from tomorrow through Monday. I'm gonna do another one of those fasts. Maybe. Notifications are so loud. All right. Name of my old channel. That's what I first called it. Okay, okay. I'm back on. All right. Close a couple groups. All right, guys. That's it for Facebook. All right. So basically, let's continue doing the stream. Let's watch this live documentary now.
Forward with both presidential and U.S. Senate primaries for both parties, but to cancel these small, low-level elections, it strikes me as a dangerous precedent. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I literally, don't get mad at me, I've literally got nothing to add. You got anything else, sir? You good? Real quick? Yeah.
Yeah, one more thing with the landlords who we're trying to do right by their
With
tenants.
the what, sir? The landlords?
You alluded to mortgage forgiveness. What about property tax forgiveness? Will they at least be allowed to postpone their property tax payments?
Looking at that, I will just say this, and the DCA is looking at that with Matt and George Helmy and our teams. We're bleeding money, as you can imagine, by the boatloads right now. So I've also got to be careful. In a perfect world, I'd be telling everybody, listen, holidays for this, holidays for that. I got to make sure we keep the lights on. So nothing really to report there. You good, or you have something else? Real quick. Thank you. Hold on.
Following up on modeling and projection, do we have a firm number of what we're expecting the peak of people who will need critical care beds to be?
I don't have that today, but after a little bit more experience with our testing and our positive rate and our hospital utilization, we expect to have that. I don't have it today. There's too many inputs that we need a little bit more time.
Yep.
And we've gotten reports that casinos, while operating online gambling, dealers are not encouraged to participate in social distancing while they're on the clock. What would you say to casino workers who are being brought into work but are not given the supplies, the space to do social distancing?
They should go on that website and make note of it. There's no one who should be going to work right now in a firm where there isn't a both work at home policy as well as social distancing that's enforced. Period. Brett, anything? Hold on, it's coming.
The former mayor of West New York, Felix Roque, says he has a database of international medical graduates willing to step in right away with hospitals, but they need to fast track their licenses. Do you know, is that something you'd be willing to do or look into?
So Felix has reached out to me personally on this. I think it's going to...
Yeah, the hospital I was born at had 13 deaths. Yeah. 13 fatalities in only 24 hours. But guys, this is getting out of control. There's probably hundreds of thousands of unconfirmed cases, guys. Look. The thing is, 20% of people are hospitalized. There's basically a 20% hospitalization rate at the moment. The thing is, the cases are continuing to grow and grow and grow. Basically, a lot of famous people have it already. I think Boris Johnson might have it already. tested positive for it. There's so many people that are testing positive for it. Like the president of Brazil I think got it. Yeah, Jair Bolsonaro got it, and he's an elderly guy. Like, here's the thing: makes Trump's coronavirus look tame. Of course, he has it himself, and look, and he still like makes skepticism look tame. Thing is, you might have the common cold and they might say you have a coronavirus. That's another thing. You might not have COVID. You might have a common cold. The only way they'll confirm that you actually have COVID is the DNA testing. So maybe like there's different strains of it. Maybe it's all right. So basically, guys, I'm not going to be going out anywhere. I don't care if I don't get that sick. I do not want to spread this virus. Literally, this virus is so contagious that one person could get 56,000 people sick. Like, literally, this virus is much more contagious than both the common flu and the cold. This is basically a super contagious virus. This is basically the common flu on steroids, both in infectivity and lethality. We need to treat this like a crisis. It's hitting us head on. This is not something that's going to take time and years. This is something that's hitting us head on. And climate change is doing the same thing. We need to act now for this crisis, and then we need to tackle climate change the way we are tackling the coronavirus. We must do everything we can to prevent further damage, both to our health from the coronavirus and ecological damage from our activities and climate change. We must we basically must plant a lot more trees, especially those areas that were destroyed by fires. We must do a lot of replanting efforts, but make sure the forests are not too close together to avoid those super fires. Also, we need to basically do more to there's a huge aquifer in the Sahara Desert, huge. It basically makes the Ogagawa aquifer look tame. That's how impressive it is. Not only that, it's surrounded by a lot of water. Just imagine you could drain, you could use, you could desalinate the Atlantic Ocean using nuclear energy LFTR reactors, and then you could take a lot of water from the ocean and use it in the Sahara Desert, and it's extremely fertile, by the way. The Sahara Desert is extremely fertile because it's rich in iron. So you could actually turn the Sahara Desert into more of a grassland area with tiny, like maybe a tiny desert there. You could turn a huge, vast desert into a fertile grassland that's very arable and very farmable. You could do this in less than a decade. Well, not as less than a decade, but basically a century or two. Well, that process will take millennia because of the precession of the Earth's axis around the sun. The Earth's precession of its axis as it goes through the process of as both it rotates on the axis and it has a more elliptical orbit. It's actually no, it's more of the orbit. So every 10,000 years, there's a period of time when the Sahara Desert where the rain belt goes further north of the Sahara and areas to the south become more of a desert, like Central Africa, for example, will become drier and maybe not a total desert like the Sahara, where there's a lot less land, but basically you still have the trade winds. We do have a lot more precipitation in the Sahara, but it'll also be hotter. So it'll be more like, I would say, Central America, but drier. But also then you could use aquifers, going off tangent here, just listen. We need to tackle climate change and depletion of, like lack of growing fruit. If we're going to do indoor farming and hydroponics and, drip irrigation, we could save so much water. We could basically turn the entire Sahara Desert into a fertile grassland with not using as much water as have been using in the Midwest, for example. You could have major cities growing in the middle of the Sahara. You could have maglev trains going from Central Africa all the way up, to the Mediterranean coast. Of course, this was a plan by LaRouche, but of course he became kind of right wing. But we need, how when Africa got decolonized, they basically didn't get any help. The colonies just said, oh, colonial powers said, yeah, you have independence. But there was no plan to get them out of poverty. Of course, I blame the colonialism for this, obviously. The charge of APO, yeah, he's probably talking about warming. Joe Bastardi is basically a climate change denier. Well, he basically says it's mostly natural. The warming is not natural, I would say. Just like the coronavirus it's kind of our fault because of the wet markets. Had those wet markets not existed, had we not been eating meat, had we not had fur trading and animal trading, I would honestly believe 95 to 100, almost 98% of diseases would not exist. You'd still have some diseases, you'd still have the bubonic plague, but not the Black Death. The bubonic plague was actually because of animal trading. A lot of furs, and here's the thing, rats and fleas were mostly spreading the illness. So the Black Death was spreading at a rate so much faster than what rats and fleas can travel at a rate of 30 miles a day sometimes. And I believe that the Black Death, not the bubonic plague, but the Black Death itself was actually an Ebola-like virus. And I've read some work on it, and it seems very likely, especially the fact that a lot of Europeans who had exposure to Black Death are actually immune to or get much less deadly effect. Alrighty. So I'm just going off tangent here. Alrighty, started up again. I basically had to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing out one more time. Alrighty, started up again. I basically had a Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing out one more time. Alrighty, basically what started up again. I basically had to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more time. All right. Improve the economy. We need to improve the economy. More agriculture. I mean, more business. More business. More, you know. And then you're gonna have expect a really high CO2 emissions. Like instead of going like this, how they're supposed to, it's based more like this. We need to do something to curb our emissions. Basically, I think telecommuting is great for the environment. And also for electricity use at home, we need to change from natural gas to nuclear. Yes, nuclear energy. We need clean nuclear energy. But what started up again, I basically had to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more time. All right. Pressurized water reactors and some leftover byproducts is actually extremely usable. For example, bismuth 213 has very strong cancer-fighting properties. That is an alpha particle, which means it will only fission once. It will only send one beam right through the cell. More agriculture. I mean, more business. More business. Good surrounding cells like beta particles, and then you're gonna have uranium, really high CO2 emissions like beta particles. Uranium-233 also produces alpha because it's part of the thorium decay fuel cycle. Thorium decay chain, or no, thorium fuel cycle. Yeah. The thorium cycle produces this, thorium-232, basically more, and then it produces, I forgot what was the next step before you hit uranium-233. We need to do something to curb our emissions. So focus on school. Basically, I think, but I was basically obsessed with lifters for a few years, especially when I just started recording before I started math. And also, we did change from thorium fuel to natural gas to nuclear. Basically, yes, nuclear thorium that it becomes. We need thorium-233 nuclear energy. Becomes thorium. What started up again, I basically had to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more time. All right. Pressurized water reactors and some leftover byproducts is actually extremely usable. For example, bismuth 213 has very strong cancer-fighting properties. That is an alpha particle, which means it will only fission once. It will only send one beam right through the cell. More agriculture. I mean, more business. More business. Good surrounding cells like beta particles, and then you're gonna have uranium, really high CO2 emissions like beta. Uranium-233 also produces alpha because it's part of the thorium fuel cycle. And then after generation thorium, this is basically what molten salt looks like. Thorium fuel cycle. Yeah, right here. The thorium cycle is like this. Thorium-232 is basically and then it produces. Just close these two out. Close a lot of these windows out, but you save energy. What was the next step before you hit uranium-233? We need to do something to curb our emissions. So focus on school. Basically, I think. But I was basically obsessed with lifters for a few years, especially when I just started recording before I started math. And also, we did change from thorium to natural gas to nuclear. Basically, yes, nuclear thorium that becomes thorium-233 nuclear energy becomes thorium. What started up again, I basically had to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more time. All right. Pressurized water reactors and some leftover byproducts is actually extremely usable. For example, bismuth 213 has very strong cancer-fighting properties. That is an alpha particle with the reactor. It will only fission once. It will only send one beam right through the cell. More agriculture. I mean, more business. More business. Good surrounding cells like beta particles, and then you're gonna have uranium, really high CO2 emissions like beta. So uranium-233 also produces alpha because it's part of the thorium fuel cycle. And then after thorium, this is basically what molten salt looks like. Thorium fuel cycle. Yeah, right here. The thorium cycle is like this. Thorium-232 is basically and then it produces FLIBE, F-L-I-B-E, FLIBE energy. Just close these two out. FLIBE, or FLIBE. It's FLIBE energy. A lot of these what was the next step before we, so this is actually doing something to curb our emissions. Basically, I can put
heat exchanger, and then
but I was basically obsessed with
the
LF
heat exchanger will go here, and then you'll go into the turbine.
lifters for
The
fuels.
generator, you have a
Especially when I just started looking
Right,
at
then
it
you
before
have
okay,
okay,
I was gonna get
they
a
have
reason
to
to
change
change.
it.
You could change has a complete
Say,
say hypothetical. Natural gas, earthquake gas, something important. Power's lost, something is broken.
We'll start up again. I basically have a piece of Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more shot. All right.
Pressurized water reactor, let's say the reactor solid, and then as a metal. For example, this is very strong cancer fighting properties. That is an alpha particle with the reactor. It will only fission once, it will only send one to the economy, right through the cell. More agriculture, I mean, more business, more surrounding it all. And then you're gonna have it's part of the generated fuel cycle. And then thorium, this is basically what molten salt looks like. Thorium fuel cycle. You're not gonna have thorium 32. You're not gonna have you're basically just gonna have a loss of power. That's it. Basically, people are gonna lose power. That's all that's gonna happen. That's the worst case scenario. And that's only one reactor. What basically one something about our initial focus. But I was basically obsessed with LF1 multi-cell reactors. Turbine. 10 multi-cell reactors for using that energy as especially when I just started looking at it. Basically, one really change has a complete amount of say hypothetical. And after that, pressurization, it has something important. Power is lost, something is broken.
We'll start up again. I basically have a piece of Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more shot. All right.
Pressurized water reactor, let's say the reactor solid as very strong cancer fighting property. Natural gas is extremely volatile. That is an alpha particle with the LFPRs and MSRs are fission one.
Basically, for the economy,
This is the best for agriculture. I mean, more business that means around here. There's no way that we can solar the guys are going to have a lot of work on the very bad thorium, also bad. They always worry about that. You're not going to have their sense of orientation is going to have because of the wind loss of power. Wind turbines are better offshore in desert areas, but not in areas where you have a lot of bird sites. One will be birds that you have to do something about our initial focus. But I was basically obsessed with LF1 very badly. Requires a lot of chemicals out there for getting that energy as especially when you start going with
we'll start up again. I basically have a piece of Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing one more shot. All right.
This is very strong. That I don't know why we haven't done this, but LFPRs and MSRs are fission. I don't know basically for the economy. So this is the best thing at all. More business that means around here. There's no way that we can solar the guys are going to have a lot of work on the we know that very bad stuff that their sense of orientation is going to have
because of the wind loss of power. Wind turbines are better offshore in desert areas, but not in areas where you have a lot of wind this reactor is proliferation, but I was busy obsessed with LF1. I'm still in green, and the thing is, there's a lot of chemicals in the reactor. Of course, I shut down the reactor, the whole thing goes off. But one big thing that
We started up again. I basically have to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing going. All right.
This is extremely maybe you have to that I don't know why this, but you see the LA hours and I don't know basically so right this says we have proliferation, but I was busy obsessed with I'm still in green, and the thing is, there's a lot of chemicals in the reactor. Of course, I shut down the whole thing goes off. I want to be able that because we have
We started up again. I basically have to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing going. All right. Started up again. I basically have to reset the Wi-Fi. Let me basically just try to get this thing going. All right. We started up again, basically having this at a wide line. Let me basically just try to get this thing going. All right. We started up again, basically having this at a wide line. Let me basically just try to get this thing going. All right. We started up with basically having to set a Wi-Fi. Let the basically user try to one power all right. Started up with basically having to set a Wi-Fi. Let the basically user try to one power all right. Started up with basically having to set a Wi-Fi. Let the basically user try to one power all right. Start up, we're gonna basically have this at Wi-Fi. Let me know. All right. Start up, we're gonna basically have this at Wi-Fi. Let's all right. Start up, we're gonna basically have this at Wi-Fi. Let's all right.
MTA worker killed in a suspicious fire in the subway system.
Take a look at video from Citizen app. Black smoke coming out of 3 subway grates. This is in Harlem at 111th Street and Lenox Avenue.
17 people were injured. News 4's Catherine Craig has been on the scene all morning. And Kat, I know you have some new information for us.
And Jen and David, what a heartbreaking development. We learned that motorman, a worker for the MTA, lost his life, and heroically, he and another MTA employee saved passengers. They heroically took them off of that burning train and put them on the platform. We want to show you a video of this massive response by the NYPD, MTA personnel, FDNY, and also ATF. So you have federal agents who are now involved in this. Citizen app video shows that thick black smoke that billowed from the subway grates and subway station as that train on fire rolled into this area where we are, 111th Street and Lenox Avenue. The union that represents MTA employees has identified the worker who lost his life as 36-year-old Garrett Goebel. Again, the MTA, the union calling him a hero. We are told he was operating a northbound 2 train when a fire started. It's unsure if someone started it or whether it was accidental. He and another employee who happened to be riding on the train helped passengers off the train and onto the platform as it pulled into the station. About 3:15 this morning is when that fire happened. And again, tragically, Garrett Goebel was found.
An MTA worker killed in a suspicious...
Well, who's watching? Please comment. Of course, I have to, please. Can't answer the phone right now. Let me mute the stream just a second. I gotta call people in. Oops. Okay, it was just my grandma telling me not. It was basically just my grandmother calling me to tell me not to go anywhere. Of course, I'm not going to go anywhere. I mean, look what's going on outside. I don't want to get anyone sick. You know, I got basically care workers coming to me, and I don't want them to get sick. And you know, I hate to say this, but my care workers are only paid $15 an hour. But thankfully, there's a new agency taking over. They're only paid minimum wage. What the hell? Like, what the hell? You know, they take care of me, they do so much for me, and then they're paid so little. Thank God you know, the New York City agency is taking them over. You know, hopefully they're going to be paid at least $30 an hour, maybe more. Because, you know, they have families to take care of. You know, and this is not a state agency either, so it's private. That's why I don't like capitalism. Of course, this agency has been in a lot of hot water before. If you want to know the name of the agency I'm in, yeah, I'm in Human First. And you probably, if you do research in the agency, you'll know about some stuff that's happened in that agency. It's not a terrible agency, but the people who run it, they didn't like steal from the agency. It's a long story, basically. Just I basically wanted to live by myself in a supportive IRA, in which I would have had respite workers, but my mom basically wanted me to have 24-hour staff because she felt I couldn't take care of myself, you know. Especially when I lived with her after I left the Boston Nagashi school, I was extremely rebellious, extremely standoffish about my rights because, you know, I really was independent. But the thing was, I was kind of, not militant, but very pessimistic. I basically felt that if I didn't do everything perfectly, nothing was going to work out. I basically had an all or nothing mentality. So I went all, but I was expecting nothing back. I thought that even if I do everything the right way, if I just make a tiny screw up, everything is going to fall apart. It kind of happened that way, but a little worse than I expected, actually. It was basically my obsession, because I was so obsessed with the situation, that my parents basically felt that the best place for me to be was exactly where I did not want to end up, because of my mental issues. Well, that's what they basically felt. My mental issue was basically being extremely pessimistic. I I would say I had symptoms of borderline personality disorder and CPTSD, but they didn't see that. They basically just thought I had emotional issues. Just they didn't know why. They basically said, "Oh, you're emotionally disturbed." They didn't. When I explained them why, they basically didn't believe me. But now they understand why. Now they're finally understanding, my emotional needs and why I'm the way I am. And things are finally working out for the better, and I'm very grateful for my family. People have misunderstandings sometimes, and stuff like that happens. It's just normal. Now I'm gonna go to Stony Brook. Basically, I don't think I'm gonna take any summer classes because if I do, it's probably gonna be non-math or non-physics. I can't deal with math and physics right now because right now I'm struggling with the material really badly. Because of everything that's been going on this past semester, with the transitioning, the commuting, the finally going on campus and coming back off. It's just I basically had it worse than a lot of other students. Not everyone, just a lot of other students. I spent half the semester commuting on campus from the middle end of January to the beginning of March, to like the end of February. So basically for the entire month, I was basically commuting, which caused me to fail the exam because it was basically at the beginning of March. Then finally I moved on campus, and I was finally I made to all my classes. I wasn't late for a single one. And yes, I was usually late for a class because I missed one train. The train that arrived at the Port Jeff train left, the train bound for Port Jeff, it was two different trains. You had to take a train to Huntington and then Huntington to Port Jeff. So basically I had to take a train from Forest Hills at 6 in the morning, which I often missed because there were sometimes problems with the subways. It's New York City. So, not New York City, sometimes I got up a couple minutes late because, I was staying up late doing my homework because I was trying to make up, because I was commuting a lot. So yeah, things didn't go well for me, and I warned my mom of the consequences that would happen. I told her I'm probably going to be losing things, and I made some negative Facebook posts about it. Just a lot of stuff went wrong, but I still persevered. I still decided to go through with it, even though I knew what was going to happen. I just wanted, and I warned my mom what was going to happen. And finally, when everything started playing out exactly the way I told her, like basically it was like, how did I know this was going to happen? And so, not everything was just by chance. Like a couple of times it was because I fell asleep on the train. I wasn't paying attention. The whole not like paying attention, basically the multitasking issues. Because I know my own strengths and weaknesses. Basically, that's how I knew what was going to happen. It just happened to me so many times before, which is why I was basically flexing my rights. Why I wanted to live on campus to avoid all that stress of the commuting and losing stuff. It's why I also needed Accessoride, and I went with my mom to Accessoride. And even though she pleaded my case very well, and I pleaded it as well, I told my mom afterwards they're not going to accept me before and after, and I was right. They rejected me for Accessoride, even though I really needed because of misplacing stuff, time management issues, because of my autism. I really need Accessoride, and the thing is, I think honestly it's because of the negative energy I've been putting in the atmosphere, into the universe. I've been getting it back. Well, now I've been putting positive energy. I think everything's gonna be working out in the end. I've been more positive the past few weeks. Because I finally got to live on campus, and I knew that everything's gonna be online now, and I'm probably gonna have some tutoring online. So I still have a chance of passing this semester, especially the calculus. I'm not so sure about the physics, but the calculus, I know I can do it. So right now, I'm going to be ending the stream in a few minutes. I know I have about 1 viewer right now. Thank you for being with me. And I do have some people sick in my building. I kind of did expect this to happen. And now they're saying new coronavirus hotspots emerge across the U.S. Oil prices right now are down a whole dollar to $21.60. That's very impressive. Like, this is unheard of. The last time oil was so cheap was all the way back in 2002. And this is, and the thing is, if it's an adjusted for inflation, if you go back to 2002, oil prices would be equivalent to like $12 or $13 a barrel. Like, this is even cheaper than what it was back then. Like, oil prices are really, really dropping hard. you're not going to do inflation adjustment, the lowest prices, okay, in December 1998, oil prices dropped to their lowest point, $12.27. Before that, in the 70s, before the oil shock, oil prices were around $2 or $3 a barrel. For most of the 50s and 60s, right until the oil shock in 1973, where they jumped from $3.56 a barrel to just boom to $10 a barrel, and then it kept on climbing from there. And then in 1979, you had the oil shock, the second oil shock, which just threw oil prices up to like $39.50 a barrel, $40 a barrel. Some places were even selling oil as high as one gas station in Boston was selling oil like at $3 a barrel, not because of the price, but because everyone was like lining up. And then in the 80s, you had oil prices just crash, and just like that. Oil prices went from 28 to basically $11 a barrel, just like overnight. And then during the Gulf War, you had a sudden surge and then sudden drop in oil prices back to like. You also had a sudden surge in oil prices to almost $40 in September 1990, and then you had a low point of $14 a buck, and then you had, because of the, I don't know if it was because of the dot-com bubble. No, I think it was because of just a lot of exploration, a lot of like more oil exploration. It went down to about $12 a barrel, and then the lowest point it was in 2001 was $19.48. The lowest price in the 2000s was $19.48. Let's go to January 2000, $27 a barrel. So basically, oil hit 32.70 in October of 2000, and then you had oil prices climbing the 50s and 60s through the 2003, 2004. Oil was pretty high up. And then oil hit its peak of $140 in June of 2008, and then went all the way down to $41.68. But then I remembered under $2 gas, like $1.70, $1.80 gas from that, and then oil spiked again into about $110, $100, and we had that drop to $37. And then just where we are right now, we are the lowest level we've been in almost 2 decades, literally. We might even go below the 2-decade limit. I think we're literally a couple dollars away from being cheaper, even lower than what we were 20 years ago. This is basically like the second big oil shock in the opposite way. And if this continues, if we continue to pump oil the way we are without cutting production because of all the overfilling capacity, we will have to sell oil prices at $5, $10 a barrel. There is a chance that oil prices might go as low as $3 or $4 a barrel, and this could get really bad for the oil companies, which is kind of good because they hurt the environment, so this kind of serves them right, honestly. But unfortunately, it's going to hurt a lot of people. Well, it's going to hurt the executives. It's also going to hurt the workers because they're going to lay off people because they're greedy. They're greedy. Sorry for the language, but yeah, they're really greedy, and all they care about is their income. Look, if oil companies were run by the government, I think they'll be run more fairer, of course, probably more environmentally friendly. But look, oil prices right now are at $21.38 as of March of 2020. Current price right now, the current price is $21.60. So this is basically, I think, the overall price of oil, basically. I think trading stops at 4, but I think WTI trading stops at, when does stop trading? WTI stops trading at about 1700 Eastern time, which is about 5 p.m. So we have 1 more hour. We have a few more minutes until it continues, but oil is still continuing to go down. Current time is 4:22 p.m. Weather in New York City right now is mostly cloudy. Temperature around 63 degrees. Actually, it was sunny earlier, but there's some clouds coming in now. And looking for tomorrow. tomorrow there's going to be some rain coming in. Rain should be moderate at times. There should be some mixing north and west of the city, as the air will be kind of dry, so that will cause some dynamic cooling, and that allows the temperatures to fall enough. There even might be some freezing rain in some of the lower elevations, in perhaps in the far northwest suburbs tomorrow. Cannot rule that out of that's not out of the question. Can't rule that out. Here is the precipitation that's coming in for tomorrow. We'll be having some east winds, so this is where you're going to have the cool air initially. So tomorrow morning, you'll be having some severe weather tomorrow afternoon, but the severe weather will not impact the Northeast. We're not going to have any severe weather in New York, but it's going to get very warm. Sunday should be very warm. Temperatures should be in the mid to upper 60s on Sunday, especially areas just to the southwest. So areas, Pennsylvania 60s. New York City should stay in the low 50s with east-southeast winds at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Let's look at the temperatures, as here's a cold air coming in. So this is where you might have some mixing issues. So right initially here, this is where you might have some trouble, slick spots basically. Let's look at precipitation. Let's look at total precip accumulation. Does any precipitation override that cold air? No, that's basically fog. Not really. So okay, maybe we're not going to have any of that according to this run. But let's look at the HRRR, which usually does a lot better with temperatures. Not so much with precip, but it does better with temps. No, it does better with precip, but not so much better with temps. Here we go. Look at that. Some moderate rain. Temperatures should be... look at that. So basically, it's not going to be that cold. Look at that. You're going to have temperatures in the 80s. Look at those. 86 degrees in West Virginia. You're going to have some very warm temps. I mean, that's some indicative of some very high Cape values, especially for Illinois, Indiana, and parts of Iowa. Let's look at Cape values for tomorrow. We should be having Cape values up to about 3,000. Look at that Cape value right there in Illinois tomorrow afternoon, exceeding 4,000. Yeah, we're going to have some very dangerous storms tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon, right there. Let's look at the surface simulated reflectivity right around that time. Very, very bad scenario. Look at that, guys. Let's look at the Midwest tomorrow. I'm going to be changing gears. I'm going to be talking about the severe weather outbreak for tomorrow. Basically, the main threat here, you're going to have some giant hail. That's some big hail there. I mean, that should be like soft, like near baseball-sized hail there. No, probably not baseball, but that's going to be some large hail. And then later in the afternoon, you're going to have a second round of severe weather that could herald some tornadic development. And look at that. Minneapolis might get some very heavy snow. Look at that. That looks like to be at least 6 to 12 inches of snow in Minneapolis, especially there's a lot of cold air wrapping in behind the storm. Let me look at the temps. Let's see if that's going to be snow, that's going to be rain. Yes, you're going to have some snow on the back side of the storm. That's dynamic cooling. That's a perfect example of some dynamic cooling right there. Precipitation type. Let's check that out and see what it's going to do. And there should be some blues appearing right about now. Yep, there we go. Dynamic cooling in action. That should bring maybe 4 to 5 inches of snow, I believe, maybe even a little more. But I don't know if it's going to be that much. I don't know if it's going to be those colors, but perhaps, between 4 and 8 inches total. Let's look at NAM there for Minneapolis, the Twin Cities. It looks like some moderate snow, definitely in the works. Let's see there. There's the severe weather for tomorrow. So a tornado outbreak likely in northern Illinois tomorrow. Very dangerous severe weather outbreak. I will put this area actually in a moderate, not just an enhanced. This area should be under winter storm watch, I believe. Let's look at total precip accumulation. How much of this is going to be snow determines on what the temperature is going to be at the time. So if you look at surface temperatures at hour 30, when you're going to have some pretty heavy precip, it's going to be pretty warm. So it's going to be raining initially. but then it's going to get cold air on the backside. But it's not going to be very cold. So you're not going to have like a lot of snow sticking on the roads, but you're going to have snow. So you definitely have a potential of some very heavy snow, especially here in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis area. So Minneapolis, get ready. Snowstorm is coming. Looks to be about a pretty heavy-duty storm. And let's look at the HRRR, for that matter. Let's look. Come on. It looks like it's gonna be northwest of Minneapolis, not Minneapolis itself. The NAM 3KM is not really showing a significant tornado outbreak, but the HRRR is, and I would much rather go with that than with the NAM 3KM. Okay, let's look there, and the Cape is definitely in place for a really bad severe weather outbreak, and I think the HRRR is doing much better. So let's see. I do see the potential for between 12 and 18 inches, especially western Minneapolis, based on this. Some of the coldest temps will be west, and not over Minneapolis, but west. During the peak of the storm. There we go. You're going to have temperatures in the low 30s, around 34, 33 degrees. And let's look at precipitation type, basically. And let's see there. Okay. Snow develops. It continues to fall all the way through our, well, basically going to have about a, let's see, a good maybe 12-hour storm. But looks like some of the heaviest snows are going to fall. Of course, Minneapolis is, this is Wisconsin, so this is the Minneapolis area. Upper Great Plains. You want to basically look at the northern Great Plains, so look at Minneapolis. There's Minneapolis right there. So basically, areas just west of Minneapolis are going to get hit by a really strong snowstorm. Minneapolis should get about 3 to 6 inches, with areas west of Minneapolis getting as much as 16 to 18 inches, from what it looks like. Yep, look at that. 16 to 18, 3 to 6 in Minneapolis. And basically, even up to 2 feet is possible. Let's look at weather.gov and see what they're talking about for tomorrow. I believe they already have winter storm watches in place. Maybe even warnings. Let's see how far out. Yeah. They should already have, I believe, warning. Perhaps watches or warnings out. Yep. No, thanks. Okay. Not surprised. I'm surprised they haven't issued warnings yet, but they do have some blizzard warnings here for Colorado. Ray County, Colorado is under a blizzard warning. And the blizzard warning, let's see. How much snow? 2 to 4 inches of snow with light glaze. Okay, winds are 50 miles an hour. Yeah, it's for the winds. It's basically not going to be a lot of snowfall with this storm, but a lot of wind, yeah. So basically, a severe thunderstorm is possible. This is today, tomorrow's forecast, and Sunday's forecast. Just some generalized thunderstorms. If you're going to have severe weather, you're most likely going to have it in here. Because this is where you're going to have warm air, cold air, included front, and that's the snow over there. Mixed precipitation and snow. Yeah, look at the heavy snow is possible there. Snow there, maybe some mixing going on. All right. So guys, looking at the weather, things are looking pretty active for tomorrow. And as we look ahead, let's go back to weather.com. The model has already come in. This is the 12Z run of the GFS. So there is a chance of some severe weather Sunday, but let's look at surface temperatures before we are certain it's going to be any severe weather on Sunday. We need to be absolutely certain before, just because the precipitation looks like there's going to be a chance of severe weather, we have to look at surface temperatures. So there. Let's look at the Mid-Atlantic. Is it supportive of severe weather? The answer is for New York City, not really. But if you're talking about this area, yes, it is supportive of severe weather. So there's a chance of some severe thunderstorms in Pennsylvania on Sunday. Just based on what I'm seeing right now, for Sunday afternoon, yes, this is supportive of severe weather. Let's look at convective precip. Will it be convective in nature? I believe so, yes. See, you see this right here, right? You see all that convection. Hour 60. look at convection over New York City. Let's look at temperatures at 500 millibars. Is there going to be a chance of hail? Not really, no. You're not looking at any significant chance of hail, especially if you're going to have warm temps at the surface. No hail. Mid-level lapse rates, which is basically what would support hail. You have high mid-level lapse rates combined with low-level lapse rates for the biggest chance of hail. Mid-level lapse rates, marginally supportive of some hail. Marginally, very marginally supportive. But tomorrow afternoon, you see lapse rates of 7.4 degrees Celsius per 1 kilometer, basically. That's pretty intense. But as you go further up, look at this. Tomorrow afternoon, you're going to have some lift, but it's going to be very, very weak. Like, not impressive. This is basically normal. So let's look ahead. Will there be any hail on the backside? Or any mid-level lapse rates? Not really, no. I don't see anything that would support a major severe weather outbreak until perhaps Thursday, April 9th. That looks very, very impressive. That looks like a severe weather outbreak, and they're making another one. Let's look at that. Yes, that could be a pretty significant outbreak there. The only chance I see of us having snow is this event right here. This is the only chance I see of us having snow, with the NAO being negative, with everything being the way it is. And most of the models are not even showing snow. So right now, let's look at oil prices again. We're down to $1.02, so got about 30 more minutes until it goes offline. So we're down to $21.58 for the week. That's pretty impressive, though. Of course, let's go to USGS, just look at some earthquakes. We had an earthquake today at 5.2 in Argentina. That's not too impressive. It's probably pretty deep. It's probably subduction related. Let's see, something in Argentina. Oh, yeah, probably like very deep, 590 kilometers deep. Yep. Basically right here. Basically, this is very deep in the mantle. This is basically like so deep. But this is why you have so many volcanoes in the Andes, because once it goes down, it rises up this way. Or rises straight up. So basically, this is how you're going to get mantle plumes sometimes. You know, if it goes down far enough, you could get... Mantle plumes not usually... That's a 5.2, I believe. 5.3. That's actually more rift related. Subduction. Rifting. Or transform faulting. Definitely not supportive. This is definitely not indicative of thrust. Okay, let's see. That's oblique faulting, I believe. This would be, let's see, what kind of faulting? That's perfect strike slipping. Maybe there's strike slip. And let's look here in Utah. There's basically a bunch of aftershocks from that earthquake. Earthquake swarm in St. Helens. Look at that, a pretty healthy swarm, but it's very weak quakes. Strongest one is 0.0, negative 0.8 kilometers, which means 1.8 kilometers above sea level. Nobody's felt it, so nothing impressive. Let's see Rainier, any quakes there? Not really, just one quake, and it's a 2.6 kilometers above sea level, which means basically 2,600 meters above sea level, which is about, if I do the math accurately, that's about not at all the way up to the summit. That's basically a couple thousand feet below summit. If you do 2,600 kilometers, let's see how much km2, because the summit is 14,000 feet above sea level. km2 miles or feet. Let's do feet. Let's basically estimate. Let's see, 2.6. Basically 8,530 feet above sea level.
which will mean that the quake happened. Let's look at so 8,530.18 feet. Rainier elevation. (14,401 feet). 14,411 feet minus 8,530.11. Basically, this earthquake, of course, is more than halfway up. 5,880 feet below the summit. Basically, that's 1 mile, a little over a mile below the summit. That's pretty high up, but it's also basically halfway up the summit, which means that there is definitely some magma or some fluids in the summit, in the mountain. So the thing is, it doesn't look like a lot, like you're not having any powerful quakes, but the fact is there is some magma possibly in the mountain, and if there's any water near there, if it hits that, you could have a hydrothermal explosion, but it's only one quake. So this is nothing unusual. And let's see, is this even related to an earthquake? Let's see that location, see where that is. 9.4 kilometers deep. Probably just faultal. Let's go to Google Maps. Mount Rainier looks like a very it looked kind of eroded a little bit. This is not even volcanic. Look, no, there's no volcanoes in the area. The only volcano you have Mount Jefferson. I don't even know if that's a volcano. Yeah, that is a volcano though. Mount Jefferson is a volcano. See, it's a stratovolcano. It may be extinct. It may be dormant, basically. Yeah, it's a stratovolcano. Last eruption, 950 AD. That erupted a very long time ago. Considering it hasn't erupted in such a long time, Mount Jefferson could have a big eruption, especially if, the active magma chamber reactivates. So this is not an extinct volcano by any stretch of imagination. In fact, it's post-glacial, so it looks very healthy. It has a perfect summit. No evidence of any caldera, basically. So basically, this is a classic stratovolcano that has, semi-explosive eruptions, but nothing too crazy. So let's look at that right now. Let's look at that really closely. And you see that little peak sticking up. That's basically a lava dome or lava pike. That's indicative that this did have an explosive eruption, and then a lava tube basically came out of it when it was having some post-glacial eruptions. When it was having some more eruptions. So this thing is still active, or dormant at least. So there definitely has a potential of having another eruption. Even though it looks like a volcano, you don't have a crater on it. It just looks like a bunch of jagged peaks, because even though it was post-glacial, there's still erosion going on. So the peak, like the crater, was mostly eroded. And so it doesn't really look like a classic crater-type volcano. In fact, physical geography indicates now a temperate maritime climate. So let's see, geology shows normal magnetic polarity, suggesting it formed less than 730,000 years ago. So it's very recent. It was created by the subduction of the oceanic Juan de Fuca tectonic plate under the North American tectonic plate in an area where the crust is 25 to 28 miles thick. It is part of the Oregon High Cascades, which are influenced by the movement of the North American plate and the extension of its continental crust. Extensional process form grabens, or valley-like depressions between parallel fault lines at the eastern boundary of the Central Cascades, including a 4,000-foot deep depression. Mount Jefferson does not lie in one of these grabens, but these tectonic processes continue, albeit at a less dramatic rate. I just want to say something. Long Valley Caldera is actually in a graben. Yes, some grabens do actually have volcanic activity. Just want to put that out there. They believe that it's actually a graben-type fault, like more of a rift. But there's also strike-slip faulting there. And the type of magma that's at Long Valley is more, in fact, viscous. It's
it's andesite to rhyolite, which is why it had such big eruptions. And there's still a lot of magma below Long Valley, about 240 cubic miles, which is about 1,000 cubic kilometers, which is, if it all erupts, would be a borderline VEI 8. But let's talk more about the volcano, about Mount Jefferson. Stretching from Frog Lake to the segment consists of 175 quaternary volcanoes with a width of 60 miles. Mount Jefferson may form I skipped some stuff. Volcanoes formed since the early Pleistocene, and it features a number of andesitic and dacitic volcanoes, which are unlike the many mafic, which are rich in magnesium and iron, shield volcanoes within the stretch. North of Pinehead Buttes, the volcanoes in this region are older and less tall, usually between 3,600 feet and 4,900 feet, which is also between 1,100 and 1,500 meters in elevation. South of Pinehead Buttes, the cascade becomes younger Pleistocene volcanoes, which often have glaciers. Mount Jefferson may form from a long-lasting intercrustal melting and magma storage area that encompasses an area of 12.4 by 5 miles, where relatively little mafic eruptive activity has occurred. The melting of the metamorphic rock amphibolite at a deeper strata, granulite, have both produced intermediate and silic eruptions at Jefferson. The strip may still be active as monogenic vents near Jefferson have produced basaltic andesite since the last glacial period. Jefferson with Mount Hood, the Three Sisters Broken Top area, and Crater Lake represent one of 4 volcanic centers responsible for much of the Oregon Cascades quaternary andesite, dacite, and rhyolite deposits. Some of these andesite and dacite deposits and vents that underlie the Jefferson vicinity, which also erupted during the Quaternary. Quaternary volcanic production rates in the Cascade Range from Jefferson to Crater Lake have averaged from 0.72 to 1.44 cubic miles, or 3 to 6 cubic miles, cubic kilometers per mile of arc length per million years. This is basically saying that every million years, the production rates from Jefferson to Crater Lake average between 0.74 to 1.44 cubic miles of mile per arc length. I don't know exactly what that means. I still have to go through some more advanced courses, but because I'm in college right now. In the surrounding Mount Jefferson, monogenic volcanoes construct an upland area composed of basaltic lava flows and small volcanic vents. Within this region, basaltic vents occur at Olali Butte, Potato Butte, Sissy Butte, North Cinder Peak, and South Cinder Peak, with basaltic lava flows at Cabot Peak, Jefferson Creek, and Upper Puzzle Creek. There are several hundred other basaltic volcanoes within the central Oregon High Cascades, extending up to 110 miles or 180 kilometers away. Mount Jefferson overlies a silic volcanic field from the early Pleistocene. Between 5 and 6 million years old, the field reaches north of Jefferson to Olali Butte, and it covers an area of 58 square miles, or 150 kilometers squared. Scientists think that the setup of this field, where various vents have erupted lava, explain why the otherwise similar Cascade volcano at Mount Hood is 3 times as voluminous as Jefferson, because Hood has encountered most of the eruptions from its magma chambers. The field is also likely underlain by a batholith, a large mass of intrusive igneous rock, also called a pluton, that forms from cooled magma deep in the Earth's crust. So let's go to Mount Hood now. Mount Hood is basically a more impressive eruption, a volcano, I mean. So Mount Hood has basically the highest potential right now, I believe. You also have Newberry Volcano, which is more of a caldera. You have Mount McLaughlin. Let's see. I never heard of Mount McLaughlin. McLaughlin. So Mount, let's see, Three Sisters, let's see, okay, Mount Hood in Oregon hasn't erupted in over 100 years. In fact, its last eruption was in 1907, according to historic records. Let's look at volcanic activity. Prior to the eruption of Mount St. Helens, the only known fatality related to volcanic activity in the Cascades occurred in 1934, when a climber suffocated in oxygen-poor air while exploring ice caves melted by fumaroles in Coleman Crater on Mount Hood. So it wasn't even an eruption. It was basically the same stuff that happened in the vicinity of Mammoth Lakes. In fact, on Mammoth Mountain, this happened just a few years ago. So this is normal, basically. This is just some fumarolic activity, just normal venting. These three eruptions have occurred within the past 1,800 years from vents on the northwest flank and produced deposits that were distributed primarily to the south and west along the Sandy and Zigzag rivers. The last eruptive period took place around 220 to 170 years ago, when dacitic lava domes, pyroclastic flows, and mud flows were produced without major explosive eruptions. The prominent crater rock just below the summit is hypothesized to be the remains of one of these new eroded domes. This period includes the last major eruption of 1781 to 1782, with a slightly more recent episode ending shortly before the arrival of the explorers Lewis and Clark in 1805. The last minor eruptive event, which I believe was likely a phreatic event, occurred in 1907. So basically, since 1950, there have been several earthquake swarms each year at Mount Hood, most notably in 1980 and July 2002. And I think there's also one this year that Ben talked about, Ben Ferriello. Seismic activities monitored by the USGS Cascade Volcano Observatory in Vancouver, Washington, which issues weekly updates and daily updates of significant eruptive activities occurring at a Cascades volcano. Basically, I'm going to find where Mount Hood is, and let's do some earthquake history on that volcano. Let's go to google.com/maps, and then try to find Mount Hood, and then basically use that location, triangulate that, and extrapolate that, and use it on to find Mount Hood's basic location. It's the most northern Cascade volcano, basically. I mean, Cascade volcano in Oregon. So let's go to USGS. And we're going to go to, actually, wait, I am already on USGS. All right. So let's now go to search earthquake catalog. Let's look minimum of 2.0, and let's look since the year 2000. And let's look for rectangle on map, and let's look to Mount Hood, just the Mount Hood area. We're only searching Mount Hood. There it is, Mount Hood area. Just too close. Draw rectangle on map. Let's basically do right around Mount Hood, like literally the area is just surrounding the volcano. There we go, perfect. And let's see, search. And this is going to be 2.0 only. So we had 2.9, let's go from 2002. 2002, let's see, oh, we had a 4.5. That I did not see, a 4.5. Yikes, that is quite impressive. Let's look at the moment tensor. 102 people have felt it, and it was at a depth of 4.9 kilometers. It was probably volcanic in nature, or might have been related more to faulting, considering it was kind of along a line, basically. It was along a line. And then we had another one, a 3.0, that happened 2010. And basically the summit of the volcano is right about here. Basically, this is the summit right about here. This is the summit. So the 4.5 occurred pretty deep. That was probably a magma intrusion event. Most likely magma intrusion didn't really cause any problems though. Like, even though it was pretty scary, you know, to have a 4.5 right along the, like, right basically where the volcano is. Like, that's probably right on the flanks. So that was like right on the flank of the volcano. And considering I'm gonna be putting in, that was somewhere around here. like right on the southeast flank of the volcano. Yep, right on the southeast flank too. Look at that. And it was also in the ski area. Just look at that. It happened right where the volcano was. So basically, it was probably caused by magma rising, trying to punch through the crust. And it was pretty far deep, so it was 4.5 kilometers. That was definitely the magma chamber. But it didn't trigger any subsequent volcanism like what Mount St. Helens did. It could have. There's a potential for it. Let's see. Seismic signs may foretell the birth of a new volcano. In Michoacan. A team of 50 experts is carrying out studies. Michoacan. Let's look. If you hear that siren in the background, that's because of coronavirus. Yes. Almost every siren you're hearing is all basically coronavirus cases. Oh, look at that. We're having some. We're having a swarm now in the northwest part of it. Basically along the Trojans fracture zone. No, that's more east. Investment or maybe no. Lane oil. What area? East Fjords? No, East Fjords is like all the way east. Is that East Fjords? It's not. Longshore. I can't really. Those are glaciers. North Atlantic, Rickus Ridge. Something else. Southern Iceland, no. So basically part of the Trojans fracture zone. The quick was basically 3.0. That's nothing too crazy. Let's look at the Rekshain Peninsula. Still some swarming going on. I don't know if there's any uplift there, but there's still seismicity there. There have been more than 2,000 earthquakes near Uruapan since January. A team of 50 experts is carrying out studies in Michoacan to determine whether increased seismic activity could be a precursor to the birth of a new volcano. There have been more than 2,000 earthquakes with magnitude between 2.9 and 4.1 in the northwest area of Uruapan, Michoacan, since January 5th, according to the National Seismological Service. The earthquake swarm, as a sequence of similar magnitude seismic events occurring in the local area in a relatively short period of time, is known, could be related to either tectonic or magmatic events. They later determined it was in fact magmatic. Director of the Institute of Geophysics at the National Autonomous University told the newspaper El Financiero that Hugo So right now, let's look at, this is basically Mount Hood. Let's see what happened in 2010-19. Of course, 2019, nothing really impressive here. So you had some light volcanism on the south side. I think there was something that happened at Rainier, though. Yes. Let's go to my channel and see what's going on right now. Let's go to history. And basically, let's go to live. Coronavirus live stream, and there we go. We have oh my god, we have 100,000 cases.
Oh God, wow, we've surpassed everybody. Deaths, we've already are about 1.5%. Italy had over 10% deaths. This is really sad, unfortunately. Italy is extremely high with cases, like 80,000 just to 86,000 cases. I think in the United States we'll probably peak at 500,000 confirmed cases. We'll probably have about between 16, probably have between 5 and 7,000 deaths. Maybe up as high as 10,000. But I believe that may be because probably have as I think we 10,000, 10 to 50,000 because of of course China had 81,345 deaths. So if we have 500,000 cases with fewer deaths, that would indicate that that the virus is not taking. We do have over 500,000 cases. Active cases, let's look at active cases. So for active cases, we want to basically subtract the active cases, total cases, number of deaths, 427,872 active cases. Active, as in like, and just 12 hours ago, less than 12 hours back, we had 537,000 active cases. So let's copy this number, copy it, let's copy that. So in 12 hours around the world, let's look at the number of cases that we basically got. Minus the fatalities, 24,143, minus 127,285, and then subtract this or delete this. So delete this basically, and minus, fine, subtracted by this. We've gained 42,079 cases in only the past 12 hours. Since this live stream started, let's see how far back it goes. In 12 hours, we've increased by 79 cases. That is an extremely high increase. And let's see how fast that increase occurred. Yeah, that's a very fast increase, guys. Like, that's really, really fast. Like, we were almost at 100,000. Like, no country has broken 100,000. Of course, Luxembourg. Let's look at the United States. Generation. Let's see. Total confirmed cases per 1 million population, counting countries. 1,000 cases. Luxembourg, Spain, Australia. Basically, America has 1,000 cases. For 1 million people, you have about 1,422 cases.
My back hurts. Margaret? My back. Are you working overnight? Can you help me? My back hurts. Ow. I'm not eating dinner. I had enough. Is that the mayor talking? New York City alone may lose more people than 9/11. We might have like up to 10,000 deaths. You know, if we have 100,000, we might get if a million people get sick from this, and there's like 1% people die, that's 10,000 dead. Million, right? 10% is 100,000. 1% is 10,000. Imagine if 10,000 people die. A million people get sick. Yeah, but since it's only 1%, it's like most people will probably make it. Nearly everyone will make it. Even of elderly people, about with medical care, about 5%, like 90% survive. Without medical care, about 70% survive. send in my homeworks. You should have sent in my homework. When I come back from my walk, I'll do some homework. And then I have class on Monday, and then what, 9 a.m. in the morning. No. Yes, I do. Yeah, I have to go to school.
for an emergency. I'm having diarrhea, like a lot of diarrhea, so.
Yes, hello? Let me get the other phone. Hold on, hold on. I ain't think I'm hearing you from this. Yeah. He's in the bathroom. Okay. I don't know if you want to put a little bit in there.
Yes.
I don't cook
salt.
it all. If you want me to put a little bit.
Thank you. I feel sick.
And this is some rice laid back, so if you're hungry later on, you could just mix a
This is
little
the one you just
butter.
made?
Yeah.
Baked it?
That's rice laid back. This one right here, but I ain't put no salt or nothing in it.
Yep. That is like good.
Isn't that good?
It's not supposed to be plain.
That's what they say cook. If you read the instruction, they say put some butter and some salt in there after you don't cook it.
Yeah, I want salt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How does it say put it in?
After you don't cook it, put it in your plate and you mix it with some salt and butter. You never say to put it butter.
Yeah.
See? But I don't know what kind of salt you use. Because they say don't use no salt. So you just put butter in one pan, they come and warm it up.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
how are you supposed to, you have to melt the butter first.
No, put it a little bit pan there, put it in the microwave and then you stir it up when you're eating it. That's how you do it. So you make it toast. And you say you don't eat salt, right?
Where's that thing? Oh. Where is it? This. I do eat salt. I need this one, the red one. This is the iodized salt.
That's a little bit on there.
Where should I put this? In the microwave?
Mm-hmm. So you can warm the butter on it, yes.
Thank you. And it's not real butter, it's
Right.
veggie butter.
Mm-hmm. And you want them toasty, right?
Yes. Oh. Thank you. Maybe I should do some homework. My phone is dead. No, I think that's too much. Turn it off, turn it off. Salt. Mix it up.
But don't put a lot, just put a little bit in your hand and dust it over. Yeah.
Too much butter. Salt, one tablespoon.
Is it butter on your toast too? No? I just want it plain.
I want it very. I don't want it plain.
No, you're gonna put that in butter too?
Can't eat until I'm doing my Jewish thing, Seder, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need some wine, damn it. I need a cup of red wine. Or something with grape juice. Okay, got the Pedialyte? Oh, I'll use the Pedialyte. What's that? Yeah, I'll use the Pedialyte. You think I'm having diarrhea?
They can't go for no fasting no more.
That's fruit juice? This is real fruit.
You see how when you go for hunger strike, you get gas.
Hmm?
That's what happens when you go for hunger strike.
What do you mean?
You get gas in your tummy, and make it a diarrhea.
Why? Hold on, hold on. Готовы уже? А? Окей.
You feel this way because I put the butter. Feel right here. Because I put the butter. And you can stop the butter.
Help with the. I don't think I was supposed to do any butter.
That's what I asked you on the milk, right?
Yeah. I'm sick. I feel so sick. Robert Anderson. Oh. I gotta clean all this up. Okay. This is my room. Oh my god, I need to eat here. Can you help me with this? Can you let me eat here? I'm taking Imodium. You know what cholera is, right? It's a bacteria, right? For cholera, you need antibiotic? Huh?
No.
Oh no 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 no! That's not garbage.
I'm not okay.
That's very important. That's the checks. I need them. The tax. It's my W two. Thank you. So I applied for unemployment.
It went through?
I think it did, yeah. Actually, can you give me this chair, please? эмодзи улепил. Нет, я первый раз выпил 30 миллиграмм, как положено. Потом а потом 15. Так пишут. Они сказали, после каждой стула надо пить 15 миллиграмм. С первой 30. Да, у меня опять крутится живот. Нет, нельзя лимон. Рис у меня рис. Ой. Да, не есть, уже сварили. Нету. Яйца есть. Яйца есть, просто сырые яйца. Их варить? Желтком или без желтка? Хлеб мягкий только, мягкий хлеб. Да, есть. Но он еще мягкий, Вот, смотри. Он еще... На сковородку. Да. Все, я готов уже. На практику. Почему вы там сидите на кресле, а не на вашей... Ой. Ой, как меня бьет. Вот мне так крутится, вот так крутится, как будто бы... Кофе еще мне делает хуже желудку. Нет. Мне не делает, мне делает понос наоборот. Мне наоборот делает. И мойте наоборот не помогает. Да, но я туда положил немножко сливочного масла и соль. Нет. Нет, неправильно. Растительное масло, sorry. Я туда положил растительное масло. Она... А можно нет? Я в тарелку уже имею много риса. Можно я туда кефир сделал немножко? Нет, вы знаете, что... Ну, рис такой мягкий, он такой мягкий, как... Я знаю, Света. Навалом. У меня есть гречка в мешке. Гречку можно, когда понос? Света, мой телефон нагревается быстро. Света, у меня телефон страшно нагревается. Мне надо пока выключить, пока браку не начал. Перезвоните ко мне, когда браку будет. Все, бай. Окей, бай. Спасибо. Oh man. Фу. Все. Да. Да. Потом Света, потом Миша, потом я. У меня есть своя чашка, жидкость, лекарственная жидкость. Она как вино. Момент. Момент. Да, я знаю. О, соль, да, я забыл соль. О, подожди. Ага. Соль. Окей, соль, я вижу. Amen. Дай Бог. Это была моя идея. Ага. Да. No. I think there's an exception for this. Well, now I'm gonna. Well, then I have to go. Love you. Thank you. Дудуля. Шаббат шалом. Или я могу. Да. Вот уже тостер я сделал. Вот черный хлеб. Ну, он немножко мягкий, конечно, потому что там немножко есть растительное масло. А, спасибо. Бога. Я завтра к вами перезвоню. Бай. Hey, you know that was a Jewish thing. We were supposed to be at home the whole time, but we had to go to the holiday. And that was my idea to go to the home. Even though we got to be there, I wanted to love her so much. And also, we need to protect the environment. That's very important. So that's why we're doing 40 tracks. I'm always going to be doing 40 tracks. I don't want to starve myself. Plus, okay, where's the other bread? My grandma said it's not supposed to have any. Basically, it's supposed to be in the toaster until it's like dry. I wasn't supposed to add anything. It was supposed to be completely bland. Is this high? It's too big. Can I ask you a question? Teresa, if I get sick with the coronavirus, because this is like the flu, everyone's gonna get it, right? A lot of people are gonna get it. Because I did go outside. I took off my gloves. My hands are so sweaty, I had to take off my gloves. them sick, you know. I'm afraid that even coming to my grandmother's house, I put them all at risk. Huh? That's what I told my sister. I didn't even go in the house. And I got myself moved.
trash away. What is all this for?
That's my food. Hey, yo! My food.
Take that food in the plastic bag. Put everything away, please.
Dad, you're wasting Lysol.
This is ridiculous.
We need it for the surface. The spray stuff.
Clean up everywhere. I can't live like this. Clean up everywhere. This is bullshit. What the fuck is this one? Here.
Whoa, hold on. Shit.
Clean up everywhere here, please.
Why are you going crazy?
Because it's ridiculous. This is bullshit. Take all the pen and take them. I want to trash here. I want to trash it. Take the pen and put everything away. Everything is going in the garbage.
You're supposed to use Lysol to wipe surfaces.
Put this shit away. Put your Jewish cap away. This one,
I'm
don't
gonna
worry.
have to take the Lysol from you now.
No, you can't. Trash this. The body is
No.
there. Trash it.
No. Why?
Body is gone.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Biden is done. He's being accused of sexual assault.
Of course.
Where is Biden is done?
Body is the rapist.
Biden!
Body is the rapist.
Where is fuck motherfucker? Maybe because you threw my stuff in the trash. You had no right to touch my stuff.
Body is the rapist. Everybody knows that.
Biden is the rapist.
Body is the rapist. I know somebody that went to high school with Johnny. They said the same thing. They said he's been a rapist for so long. Trash it properly. You want to trash this bread?
No.
They put it away. I don't want to see anything here.
Who's ringing my doorbell?
Don't talk to that gay guy today. Please. just put it and close it. I saw it, I was totally busy. When she goes, the other one close it. That was how I knew that she went to close it. I was not calling the phone, cutting everything. I think I should
12 hours. Oh wow, even. This thing is global. This we only have 522,000 cases. Guys. Are you kidding me right now? Are you seriously kidding me? I've been streaming the whole freaking time? Huh. That's convenient. So, basically... Let's copy this. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. Ready, let's see. Man, you probably guys saw my homework, right? Legend of Korra. Of course. Guys, look. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm just gonna have to... How am I gonna end it? Hold on. Let me just bring up the... And I'm sorry for the drama there earlier. Yeah, let's go to my channel. Wait. When did that happen? When did Shimodaki look up like that? Oh, 2 years ago. Oh, wow. That was a long time ago. Open link in new tab. And, alrighty. And let's now promote this thing. As many people as watching as possible. Yes, I went out today because I had to get medication. And I already was in the census. I already counted myself in the census. I need all this stuff. There we go. No. Okay, let's. Alrighty. And let's see. Oh wow, we're gonna have a moderate. A lost in silence scenario. Huh. Let's, you know.
Ah, shoot. Here we go again. This thing that you're about to watch is not reality.
It's basically a spoof thing. And I missed the premiere.
It's just a bunch of made-up boo-hockey for misusing these tones. Ouch. Sick burn. I am the true voice of the emergency alert system. You all cower at the sound of my voice on your TV and radio, because you know that something is about to go down. And I'm here to tell you what it is. Just as soon as I know. Great, this is awkward. I was assured that we were going to do it right this time, and here I am once again with nothing to report. Come on, Lee, you're making me look stupid. What's the hold?
Okay, you know what? Important thing is this. We are now over 1/4. Okay, we are now going live. Let's do some math here. So basically, see how in the 12-hour period we got this much increase globally? Now let's do this much. 598,437 cases minus the 552. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay. Okay, doesn't look too bad now. Looks like the rate is finally starting to slow down a little bit. But the United States is really increasing. So basically, 552,831 cases. 845, look at that. 85606. So at one point, we had an increase of, yeah, so basically, minus 25,000. Minus 27,400 deaths, minus 137,411. Remember we had 390,000 cases? Look at that increase. Minus 390,123. Previous increase was that much. Now let's look. 43,500. So yes, the rate of increase is finally slowing down. A little bit, look. 12-hour period, we finally slowed down the number of increases. So that is some good news, guys. That's some good news. But the thing is, America has new update just came in. Hold on. That's 131 cases. Wow. We're still, look, it says total recovered plus 48, dead plus 2, total cases plus 131. So the thing is, right now the United States accounts for about 17.4% of all cases, which is a big majority. Total deaths, though, America is not so terrible right now with deaths, but we are increasing right now. This is just starting up for us. I believe when this is all said and done, America will have between 500,000 and 1 million cases, and we will have between, I hate to say this, but 5,000 and 15,000 deaths. We might have as many as 15 to 20,000 deaths. This might be as bad as the seasonal flu in terms of how many people will die, or more. Seasonal flu kills an average of 10,000 Americans. If we get under 1 million infected, but the best case scenario right now is between 500,000 and 1 million infected, and under 5,000 dead. That is the best case scenario. That is the absolute best case scenario. The most likely scenario is between 1 and 2 million infected and up to 30,000 dead. That's the most likely scenario. Because 1% of 1 million is actually 10,000. So if you divide 1 million by 10, or 100, which is basically 1%, you're going to have 10,000 fatalities. So if after 2 million, we might have up to 30,000 dead. We could, at the worst case scenario, get up to 10 million infected and see up to 150,000 fatalities. That is the worst case scenario. That would be something more like similar to Spanish flu. But I don't think it's going to get that bad, because that's the worst case scenario. Basically, if we did nothing, say we did absolutely nothing, we didn't stop any flights, everything was going on business as usual, I believe we would have had about 65 million people infected around the country, and that's moderate estimate, with as much as 150 million infected. And if you had that many infected, divide that by 100 times as much as 3, because you might have had as many as over 4.5 million fatalities. That would have been the worst case scenario. thank God that's not going to play out. We're not going to see 150 million people infected. But we should see between 1 and 2 million infected when April comes around. This virus will continue spreading for the next couple months. I think China might see another small surge of cases. So will Italy and Spain, as this virus basically continues to spread. But basically, these countries are managing it very well. America's doing a pretty good job as well, considering how fast it could have been spreading otherwise. Even though we have the total highest number of cases, I believe there's a lot of cases that went unconfirmed in China. And there were probably a lot of people who had COVID who might still... My concern is that COVID might actually linger in the body. This is a new virus, so there's a lot not known about it right now. But this one area, Lombardy, is really badly infected. And the thing is, there's only 10,000 people that got recovered. Let's look right now. Italy just got 6,000 more cases. So China, look at that, stopped having more cases. So basically, they flattened their curve. We, on the other hand, Italy on the other hand, has not flattened their curve. They're still increasing the amount of cases. Active cases are rapidly increasing right now. So basically, as we're going to go back a couple hours, let's go back 2 hours. You're basically the same number of cases. This is probably the rapidly change. United States has 1,541 more cases plus 84 deaths. That's only in the last 2 hours. This is a rapidly evolving situation. Just keep in mind, going back 12 hours, exactly 12 hours back, we went from 86,000, we dropped almost 20,000 cases in just one day. So imagine if we continue having 20,000, and then, as we start to have more people tested and more people, self-isolating and quarantining themselves, we might reduce the number of cases. However, I went outside today, and I had to go shopping. I was in full gear basically. There were people not wearing masks, not practicing social distancing. I was like, look at those people not wearing masks, not wearing gloves. I mean, what are you doing out here? Are you trying to get sick of it? That's what I was basically thinking. People in America think that they're invincible because we have such a good system. That's the problem. You're gonna have a lot of this mentality here that you're not gonna have everyone following this quarantine order. Thinking, that's not that serious. People are blowing out of proportions. It's only the elderly that's gonna get impacted. And then you're gonna have millions of cases. Guys, follow the darn quarantine. The only reason you should be going out, if you're even going out for a walk, you need to be dressed in full protective outfit. You gotta be wearing your mask, your gloves, everything. I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable. Would you rather be uncomfortable or having, potentially dying from this infection? Yeah, I'm not even kidding you. Look at this. Look at Israel right now. They have 3,000 cases, 12 deaths, and 79 recovered. Let's just look 12 hours back. It went from 3,035 in the last 12 hours. The number of cases haven't really increased. Wait, what? Huh, it's weird. Actually, same amount of cases. Yeah, probably. Well, some people are sick. In Germany, the number of cases are basically increasing pretty fast, but not too fast. The daily deaths is so far not too fast in America, but it's about to increase. Daily deaths in Italy just went up substantially. They have 9,134 deaths right now. But based on the kind of numbers that this is going to get really bad in Australia too. I mean, I'm concerned that this virus can also be spreading in the summer too. Vietnam. Let's look at Vietnam. It's all the way on the bottom of the list, thankfully. 0 dead, 1 dead, 95 cases, 1 dead, 101 cases, 0 dead, 3 recovery. Okay, not everyone's dying from this, but of course, Russia has 1,000 cases, 4 dead. Let's go back 12 hours and let's look at Russia. Let's go back 12 hours. Russia basically had. 2036, 2000. Yeah, of course, Russia's not doing so bad from this. Because here's the thing, there are not that many flights to Russia. You think, oh, it's because Russia, they're just not reporting it. No, Russia is not the central hub of Europe. In fact, the worst impacted country, though, right now is where I am. I'm actually in the epicenter of New York. I live in New York City. This is where we're being impacted the worst. Most of the cases are here in the city, and people don't give a shit about this virus. They don't care. They're literally still going out. They really do not care. They should be at home doing what I'm doing and basically quarantining themselves. The only reason they should be going out is for exercising. They should be going practicing social distancing. Social distancing is a must. I mean, look, we could be facing a 1918 style pandemic, guys. You gotta treat it like 1918. Look, of course there's no world war going on, which is why, but here's a crazy thing. You're having all these flights right now. Flights from Europe to England are canceled. Flights from let's look at international flights. China cuts international flights, bars foreign residents. 7 hours from now, Russia to ground all. 7 hours from now, Russia to ground all international flights over coronavirus. Turkey bans all international flights. Okay, have you ever played the game, Play Game? Basically, this is basically ultra brutal level. Why is it so brutal? Because, considering we only have 27,000 deaths, while we don't have a cure yet, countries are taking extreme precautions as if, there's already been millions of deaths, because this outbreak has been really slow. It's been reported on early in time. Basically, White basically means there have been no confirmed cases as of yet, or no reporting. Hopefully there's no cases. Like Yemen has no cases. Turkmenistan has no cases. Sierra Leone has no cases. Most of the countries that don't have fatalities include Libya, Mauritania, Mali. Where did that? Oh, okay, let me see. Oh, there we go. Chad, Burkina Faso, potential. So guys, look. Unless they just tell everyone to stop everything they're doing and stay home, like martial law, there's no way this thing is going to stop. Of course, martial law is going to only create more problems. You see, there's only a couple of active cases. Look at that. Yeah, China has a tiny amount of active cases right now. Let's look at the amount of cases in China. 81,345. Basically the same. 81,000. taken over China. Okay, 345 and then 394, I believe, right? Saw an increase, okay, definitely saw an increase in cases. So this thing is still spreading around, though not as fast. But there is a chance that a new outbreak can form because even though they opened everything up, there's still people getting sick in China. So imagine if people don't know that they're sick and and just a few people just go boom, and you see China blown up with cases. So the thing is, this is a very fluid situation. It's changing very fast. It's fluid. Like it can go from it can slosh around like crazy. That's why even they have slosh lines. Basically, that's for water. But basically, it's just a very rapidly changing situation. See how South Korea had a rapid increase in cases, but then they flattened their curve? Oh, I do see a little increase there, unfortunately. Yeah, look at that. Korea went from 9478 earlier today. Yeah, they had another increase. So yeah, South Korea, though they tried to flatten their curve, I do see a little increase there. That could be just a glitch there, like a little blip. Let's look at Europe. Their cases are not flattening; they are increasing. You can see that pretty steady increase. It's not exponential. Yeah, America though, this is exponential. Hold on, I gotta mute the. Well, I just heard somebody ringing my doorbell. So I gotta have to turn off the speaker. I mean the microphone. Okay, guys. It was nobody. It was probably some kid just ringing the doorbell because it was only one ring. So, yeah. Right now I'm taking my applesauce with a probiotic. Yeah, I was taking an antibiotic, so it's been causing me a lot of GI issues. So in the past, let's see, 18 minutes, or let's see, the past couple hours, past 4 hours, we've seen an increase of 3,000 cases, guys. I definitely see we're gonna have at least. See, the United States already has 2,387 recovered, which is a good sign, guys. We have a large number we already have a lot of people recovering, basically. 2,387, let's go 5 hours back. Let's look at NYC cases. I think we have around 50,000 cases in New York City. First country to report 100,000. This is getting really bad. We have over 100,000 NYC code, NYC cases. Wow, look at that. NYC official said, "Oh my God, case I do." It was 450,000. So 400 being held right with more than STEM. Oh wow, that's crazy. Grab, picking up, grabbing issues. Of course, coronavirus is going to change the nation. It's not just going to change the nation, it's going to change the world. How? It's going to end the debate about private healthcare. We need socialized medicine. Not only socialized medicine, but of course we also need some private industry. But guys, this is going to change the world. We need to be more Nordic, but we don't need to be like Nordic. Again, with these phone calls, non-stop phone calls. So guys, right now, look at the live stream, what it looks like. My live stream, basically. Does it look like? It's actually pretty good.
At first, we were trying to isolate patients with cough and fever and be more careful around them, but we weren't necessarily being extra careful around all the other patients. And then we started to realize that patients who were coming in with no fever but abdominal pain actually had findings on their x-rays and chest CTs that were consistent with this coronavirus, COVID-19. So someone in a car accident gets brought in, and we get a CT scan of them, and their lungs look like they have coronavirus. We were seeing a lot of patients who probably had COVID, but we didn't realize. 10 residents and also many of our nurses and a few of the attending physicians got sick. The anxiety of this situation is really overwhelming. You know, all of the doctors, it's hard for us to get tested even if we want to, even if we have symptoms. We're exposed over and over again. We don't have the protective equipment that we should have.
I don't think it's an antibiotic anymore, guys. I had a really bad case of diarrhea the past couple of days with really bad abdominal pain and like really bad gurgling. I don't have a fever. I'm not even feeling weak. No fever. I still think it's the antibiotic, but I'm a little worried. Like, I'm not having any problems with my breathing. You know, usually I have asthma. Yeah, my breathing's fine. I don't have COVID, basically.
What's a little bit scary now is the patients that we're getting are much sicker. Many of the young people who are getting sick don't smoke. They're healthy. They have no comorbidities. They're just young, regular people between the ages of 30 and 50 who you would not expect to get this sick. So many people are saying it's going to be okay, everything's fine, we have what we need. And if this goes on for a month or 2 or 3 or 5 like it did in China, and we're already this strained, we don't have what we need. I don't really care if I get in trouble for speaking to the media. I want people to know that this is bad. People are dying. We don't have, this is.
Holy crap, that's why I think the $53. That's Broadway. Oh my god. I recognize that building.
Want people to know that this is bad. People are dying. We don't have the tools that we need in the emergency department and in the hospital to take care of them. And it's really hard.
Pandemic play. Oh wow. We're doing that pandemic.
It all starts with a virus deep within someone's body and a stray genetic mutation. The virus is a member of the human parainfluenza family and initially is nothing more than a run-of-the-mill, if more severe, flu-like illness. However, as the virus replicates inside its host, a stray genetic mutation breeds a brand new strain of HPI virus, and Clade X is born. The new virus is brutally quick in its work, overwhelming its host within a week at most. Even worse, the virus is airborne, making every cough or sneeze a potential transmission vector. The first to fall victim is a teenage girl in Germany who spreads it to her uncle without his knowing. The uncle boards a plane for Venezuela, feeling a tickle in his throat shortly after landing. Within a week, both will be dead, but not before transmitting the virus to dozens of other hosts. 2 weeks later, the President of the United States is out golfing when he gets a call from his national security advisor. He requests an immediate meeting of the President and his cabinet to discuss disturbing reports coming from Germany. The President is rushed to a secure room inside the golf club, where U.S. Air Force personnel set up an encrypted video conference call with his cabinet. There are disturbing reports of American.
Yeah, this could be copyrighted, so basically, you know what? basically this video, I'm gonna lower the volume so this would be more of a, because I'm just watching this video, I'm trying to see how they see it.
Military service members getting sick
subscribe to this
with
channel,
severe
guys.
flu-like
It's
symptoms in
called
Germany.
Infographics. I love
The
the
country
show.
is home to Ramstein Air Force Base and one of NATO's most important bases in Europe, and one of the largest American bases outside of its own shores. Thousands of American service members rotate through the base, and a huge arsenal of American equipment stands ready to defend Europe from a possible Russian attack. Now, though, the military members of Ramstein are facing an entirely different enemy. It started with personnel out on liberty in the surrounding countryside coming back with flu-like symptoms. Shortness of breath, dizziness, and lightheadedness, and general fatigue all quickly gave way to difficulty breathing and confusion. A week ago, the base experienced its first fatality, a young airman who had suddenly took ill and passed away days later. Upon making contact with the German health authorities, though, the U.S. military learns that the disease is also striking at the German population. A few dozen deaths have been reported, but it's difficult to track down their cause as definitively being this new virus. Then, Ramstein experienced a second death, and today, a third. All of them healthy American service members in their 20s or 30s. Something deadly was brewing in Germany. Ramstein Air Force Base is immediately placed on lockdown.
This is what is known as a cytokine storm. Basically, your own immune system kills you. The very young, like not the very young, but basically ages between 4 and 8 and 12 should be okay. The elderly should actually do fine. Because those with weak immune systems are not that severely affected.
Base personnel are not allowed to leave, and any families living in off-base housing are given a 24-hour opportunity to return to base or be locked out until the crisis is ended. The economic impact of the surrounding German towns is severe. Many of them rely economically in huge parts on the massive American base. A lockdown is a disaster for them. American officials from the Center for Disease Prevention and Control are flown out via military transport to Ramstein. They immediately conduct autopsies on the diseased service members, looking for a cause. To their horror, they discover a brand new type of human parainfluenza virus, though more time will be needed to study the virus and its communicability. For now, the base is quarantined, both to stop the infection from getting in the surrounding German countryside and to stop any disease already on the base from reaching the rest of the American military network. As a central hub of America's military base network, supply and support aircraft routinely fly through the base en route to deliver goods or move equipment from one base to another. This all-important hub is temporarily shut down, imposing a logistical nightmare on America's resupply efforts to its overseas bases, at least though the disease won't spread around the world via this global network. Or so it's hoped. A few days pass and it's clear the virus is quite lethal. Patients across Germany end up hooked up to respirators when they become too weak to breathe on their own. Many fall into comas and never reawaken after suffering from swelling of the brain. Breeding the virus in a mobile lab, the CDC's pathologists discover the virus is not just airborne, but extremely communicable and works disturbingly rapid. The virus, now named Clade X, has only a week-long incubation period. After that, fatality rates appear to be around 10%, but data on the virus is simply insufficient to know for sure. Germany's health system moves rapidly to identify and quarantine those affected, and the disease seems to be under control for now. Suddenly, though, reports begin to surface about a mysterious illness affecting Venezuela, with symptoms disturbingly similar to those of Clade X. The Venezuelan government, in a bid to avoid national panic, downplays the disease rumors or outright denies them. Where teams of medical professionals were quickly dispatched to contain the disease in Germany, here in Venezuela, the authorities refuse to acknowledge the disease. Soon, emergency rooms across the nation are filled to bursting, and the disease spreads like wildfire across the country. A month later, and it's clear that German containment efforts were insufficient. Clade X has broken free of national barriers, and cases are reported across Europe. A week after Clade X is identified in Spain, the virus makes the leap to Great Britain. European officials gather in an emergency meeting to plan coordination of national health services.
The infographic show is one of my favorite channels. It's really
and to
good.
consider how to best contain the disease. The fatality rate lingers at around 14%, but over the course of the next few days, waves of infections boost the rate to nearly 20%. This prompts Great Britain to make a drastic move, shutting off most travel and trade from the continent to its shores. The economic hit to Europe is staggering, as other nations follow suit and overburdened health systems eat up more resources. A few days later, the president gets a call from the Jordanian ambassador. He's calling for aid, The virus has affected Jordan harder than the other Middle Eastern nations, and now the country is asking for help from the U.S. As a key and steadfast U.S. ally in the volatile region, the president has to carefully consider his options. If he answers the call for help and dispatches U.S. troops and health personnel, it'll risk infecting his own people as well as burdening the U.S. with hundreds of millions of dollars in operational costs. If he doesn't respond to the call for help, it will threaten the stability of the U.S.-Jordanian alliance and weaken Americans' alliances with other nations who might see America as a fair-weathered friend. However, this is hardly the greatest of the president's concerns. He has already suspended all air traffic to Venezuela, but as the pandemic grows in Europe, he's presented with a much more difficult choice. Germany remains the epicenter of the virus. Should he ban all international flights to the country from Germany and risk angering and economically hurting an already struggling major ally? A day later, as the death toll reaches 10,000, the choice is made. International travel to and from Germany is banned. The CDC provides medical screening and temporary assistance via the Department of Homeland Security to stranded German travelers, clearing them of the virus and finding them a place to wait out the travel ban. But they're not allowed to return home. German imports and American exports to the nation are also blocked, delivering a body blow to the struggling and overburdened German economy. The decision prompts outrage from the European Union, but nations such as China, Russia, and Japan are quick to follow the US's lead in banning all contact with Germany. Meanwhile, the outbreak in Venezuela has reached crisis proportions. The government has spent so much time denying or downplaying the outbreak that true figures on the infection rates and the scope of the infection across the country are impossible to determine. Refugees flee the country by the thousands every day, prompting one of South America's greatest refugee crises. At first, it's only 1 or 2 boats that show up making their way to Puerto Rico, each laden with a dozen Venezuelan refugees. The U.S. Coast Guard intercepts the refugee boats and moves them to quarantine facilities in Puerto Rico where they can be screened for the virus. Within days, though, the boats start numbering in the dozens, and the president orders the Coast Guard to not accept any more refugees. Coast Guard vessels are completely outnumbered as they move to intercept refugee boats, and the U.S. Navy is quickly dispatched to assist. Even with their help, though, many boats make it to the shore, bringing many potentially infectious Venezuelans with them. The virus has already appeared in America, but the CDC has been quick to identify international travelers at risk of exposure and isolate them. The American outbreak has so far remained under control until now. Venezuelan refugees use Puerto Rico as a jump-off point to make the journey to Florida, and domestic flights from the island begin to bring infected passengers into airports and communities across the American South. The CDC responds as fast as it's able, but as the count of those infected continues to climb, it's clear that the infection is out of control. Within 2 weeks, there are already fatalities in Wyoming and Nebraska. A day later, Clade X reaches sunny California. The president now makes one of the most controversial decisions of any American president and orders the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard to open fire on refugee boats that refuse to turn back. The move is one of pure necessity. There are simply too many of them for the U.S. military and law enforcement agencies to locate and turn back. American service members are reluctant to fire on the boats full of desperate refugees, and the order is ignored for the first few weeks. Then the death toll hits 1,000 in the U.S., and still the stream of refugees from South America seems to be unending. Soon, any boats that refuse to turn around are being blown out of the water. The CDC attempts to coordinate local quarantines in affected areas, calling on local law enforcement and medical personnel to locate and isolate infected individuals. Thankfully, a field test for infection was perfected weeks ago and given to nations around the world free of charge, as the effort against Clade X is an international one. The quarantines are initially effective in limiting the spread of the disease, and as the body count reaches 3,000, cases of American infection start to plummet. However, a few weeks later, the disease reappears and a second wave of infections sweep across America. Fatality rates linger at 14 to 15%, similar to those of the Great Spanish Flu pandemic of 1918. With so many infections, the medical insurance system collapses, and millions of potentially infected Americans are denied medical care. The move prompts those who fear they're infected to flock to emergency rooms, where they cannot be illegally turned away for care because of a lack of insurance. Hospitals around the country are completely overwhelmed, and outrage at the medical insurance system and hospitals' overcapacity spills out into the streets in massive protests. The protests, however, only work as the disease vectors, and Clade X jumps quickly from host to host. In an unprecedented move, the U.S. president follows China's example and begins to quarantine major American cities. This This traps tens of millions of Americans in place as infection rampages through their cities and cripples the American economy. With the global economy on the whole similarly affected by Clade X, markets around the world crash one by one. The U.S. economy suffers a collapse even greater than that of the financial crisis of 2008, rivaling the stock market crash of the 1920s and spurring on a new Great Depression. Countries that normally bankroll American loans are too preoccupied with self-preservation to continue to do so, and the U.S. is forced to recall vast amounts of its overseas military network as it simply cannot afford to continue to pay for it. The sudden removal of American forces from several trouble spots around the world immediately prompts a wave of conflicts, further adding to the damage done by Clade X. Half a year after Clade X's appearance, the global death toll has hit 900 million. The virus is finally on the decline as vaccines work to prevent infection and quarantines limit possible infection vectors. Having lost 1/8 of the global population, though, the global economy enters a historic recession unseen in human history, and the balance of international power is up in the air as nations struggle to rebuild. The previous scenario was fictionalized using details from an exercise conducted by the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, and which was played out using real American military and civilian leadership. By the end of the extensive one-day exercise, the world had lost nearly 1 billion people, and the American economy had collapsed. And yet the virus used in the exercise, dubbed Clade X, was only a moderate threat level virus. Were the world to encounter a high threat virus for real, it's clear that the global consequences would be nothing short of devastating.
That's actually a bacteria phage, which only attacks bacteria.
To fly a rocket ship.
Okay, let's look now at the current amount of cases. Okay, we're still at the same level. Let's look at the weather maps. I haven't looked at the 18Z GFS, in fact. Unfortunately, even though the GFS is going to be, NAO is going to be negative, I don't expect much to happen, sadly. Ooh, that's so close. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yeah, so right now looking at the GFS, it doesn't show much snow, unfortunately. I mean, that, the 12Z run though, wow, was it? I mean, this is an 18Z run, so can't really rely on an 18Z, so. Let's look at that. Let's see now. Comes this here, storms tomorrow afternoon. Well, that's more like a squall line thing. I don't think there's gonna be a big outbreak tomorrow. Now let's look at tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, something looks a little odd there. Let's look at the midnight run of the Euro. No, Midwest. Midwest. Okay. Let's look at the midnight run right there. The ARRR. Let's look at SBC threat for tomorrow. It looks to be more like a let's look at the convective outlook for tomorrow. Let's look at tomorrow. I said there should be a moderate. We have a moderate risk for tomorrow. Huh. Now they actually issue. They never used to do this for hail, tornado. Oh my gosh. Wind, hail, big hail threat, categorical. Wind threat, not a big wind threat, but look at the tornado threat. Right there, 15% threat for tornadoes, yeah. There's a moderate threat in there. That's pretty unusual. You know, look at that. This is why you have a moderate. This is exactly why you have a moderate there. You have the threat of some long track tornadoes. I mean, look at that. You'll be basically having southerly surface winds. Look at the storm of the surface moving. God. Oh my God. Right through Chicago. Oh, jeez. Let's look at updraft helicity swaths tomorrow afternoon. Let's look at the colors for tomorrow. Oh, jeez. God. Wow. That is insane. That is extremely, extremely threatening. Look at that, guys. Our 20Z Saturday. 20Z Saturday. Let's look at. Let's see how much snow is gonna fall down on the backside of the storm. So there could be some severe weather tomorrow. I mean, look at that, guys. Northern Great Plains, look at that. It's basically going to be some very heavy snow there for eastern South Dakota. Southeastern South Dakota is going to get a really big storm there. Look at that. There should be about a foot of snow then. Look at that. Look at Minneapolis. Holy mackerel. Look at that. That's basically going to be like, basically going to have a big swath of snow there. I mean, considering how it looks like it's going to form. Of course, with A111, it doesn't do so good with temperatures, though. Let's look at stress. No, stress. 1 inch, at least 1 inch or greater. Man, let's look at NAM right now. Twin Cities right there. Let's look at the Twin Cities. So some heavy snow. Boom. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Looks like quite a bit of snow there, guys. This is about when it should start snowing in an hour 39. It should be between a foot or foot and a half, maybe. Most you have probably is a foot and a half, maybe. So let's look at the USGS there. Let me see if there's any earthquakes in the past few hours, any big quakes. Nothing impressive there. Okay, thank God. Nothing's going on. So let's look towards Hawaii. That looks pretty. It looks like a one. Let's go 2.5 plus. One quake, and it's the one of those deep quakes. All right. Alrighty. Looks like northeastern Japan had a pretty deep quake there. 10.5 kilometers. Now quake in South America was really deep. That's like 500 kilometers deep. Yep, 590 kilometers. Iceland not too bad. There's nothing really going on there much. There's some localized quakes, you know, but it looks like the intensity is finally being reduced. Let's look at the at the Reckness Peninsula, see if there's anything big there. Nope. Looks like that earthquake activity is dying down. Let's look at southern Iceland. See anything there? Nope. Iceland looks pretty good. Looks like it's this area right here. Looks like there's a small storm there at the Miriagical. Nope, that's not bad. Miracle. Nope. Miracle. Nope. Inu. Nope. And southern Iceland. Bonus factors in West the Mayor. West Fields. Let's see, what was it? Maybe I can't enter that area yet. Aha, there we go. Okay, there's some quakes there. All regions. Let's see where it was. Maybe Reckness Ridge? Ah, so it's a Reckness Ridge. A little swarm is developing there. Look at that. You have a little swarm there. Look at that. This peninsula. Look. All regions. Looks like it's right there. This one. So earthquake activity is pretty impressive there. Like the Quad Cities area, just these are Quad Cities that should be impacted. So areas that got impacted by the 2011 tornado in Washington, Illinois should be aware of it. So areas in Washington, Illinois, be aware you might get some more tornadoes again. I don't think anyone wants to hear about coronavirus right now. You know what? I'm changing this. Weather. Chicago. No. Severe weather forecast. Looking. Severe weather threat for tomorrow that the isolated threat of some long track violent tornadoes in west, let's see where Illinois is going. It's like northwest Illinois, and central and northwest Illinois. In the northern part of west central Illinois. The northern part of expanding into part of northwestern and north central Illinois.